Hey guys, what's up? How we doing? Oh, we are back and we have upgrades slash progress on this character. We are sitting at 178k gold because now we actually gold farm a bit. Actually making money. So happy about that. I've bought Plaguebringer's Touch, so we got an extra 7 levels. An extra 5 from the belt as well, and we now have Elven Grace here. This I dropped. I need to probably replace it. Just haven't gotten around to it. Next up, honestly, it's probably trying to get, I don't know what yet, but I want to try killing Hell 5 today because I beat Hell 3. What's his name? I forget his name, Mavius or whatever the fuck. I also got the DLC yesterday and I cleared the campaign. This was literally the single most frustrating experience I think I've had in ARPGs in like, I don't even know how long. They're clearing this Act 8. Whoever made this act needs to not make any more acts, because what the fuck was that shit? Like, let me paint a picture as to what I experienced last night. My Discord heard it as it was happening because like I was pissed. So how you get into Act 8 is there's a portal in Act 1 that will take you to the start of Act 8 where I don't know if you face yourself or you face a prophet, either or. I think you face yourself, and then you end up at the Forest of the Slain. Now at this start there is you see Odin get corrupted, attack like other Norse gods, yada yada. At the start you see a Norse person, god, right? And you want to get to Valhalla. This person says nothing to me. Keep in mind, I'm doing all this in hell difficulty. So I go on, I'm like, okay, so he has nothing to tell me. I move on, I go to Flooded Plains. Flooded Plains has like 2 different areas you could go to. You could go to Valhalla, or you could go to a second place. I went to the second place. There's a gate there. I talk to it. It's like, I need to talk to this guy first. Okay, so I go to the start of the zone, which has him. He says nothing. So I come back here. He says nothing here. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess I can't go there. So I then go to Valhalla. I walk down chains. The chains get destroyed. I get pushed to the Forgotten Caves. I get to Camp of Souls, and all of a sudden there's a portal here that just refuses to portal. I'm like, oh, maybe he needs me to do something. I walk around, I say quest objective, I'm like, okay, I have the teddy bear. That should be it. Nobody is accepting this objective. I can't use it to make the portal work. Nothing is happening. Then I'm like, I kill every single. Keep in mind, this is what the zone looks like. It has a very ass layout. It is trash. But I'm like, I go ahead and I kill every single thing in this area. As bad as the layout is, and like it's as annoying as all this is, having to jump around, yada yada, I clear it fully. Portal is still not working. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I search what the fuck I meant to do, and I see what went wrong. Basically, there's a bug that says, well, I don't know if it's a bug or the interaction, the intended whatever, but you essentially cannot finish Act 8 in hell before you do it in normal difficulty. So at this point I'm like, because I've gone through how many zones? 1, 2, 3, and now in the 4th one, and you're not telling me this. I'm like, okay, whatever. I go to normal. I go back here. I can't progress from where I was. So I go to this area. Nothing's happening. I'm like, what the fuck? I now go back to Act 1. I go to the portal, and now that fucker who's by the waypoint has something to say to me. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I talk to him. I go here. I now go to the other area. Remember the second area where he shows up? The second waypoint from here? I go there thinking, I saw him here. So yes, he is there. I talk to him and he's like, get into Valhalla. I'm like, okay, cool. I teleport. Nothing happens. I go back to him again. Valhalla. Okay, maybe it's this gate. I go to the gate. It's like only this person allows people into, like, there are 2 different places people go after they die. There's Valhalla, and then there's failures, whatever. So basically, tell you there's a puzzle there that you have to pick up blocks in the area and fidget it around until you're able to drop it on it. But like with the way the game mechanics is, it doesn't just drop, it flings it. So you kind of have to fling it, but with the movement, it's very awkward, very, very awkward. I beat it, I go face a boss, blow it up because this is normal difficulty, and it teleports me here back to the original flooded plains. And now it's like enter Valhalla. So I'm like, okay, cool. Then I show up here. I help somebody get wheels or something for their cars. I go here, I see the quest now. I talk to the person, and now it's telling me to get the teddy bear. I'm like, okay, cool. I go to get the bear. The portal opens. Cool. We do. You go over some lake. Now all of a sudden there's still extra quests in this area where it's like, oh, now you need to go light 4 bonfires. Also ask layout, by the way. But you then go light those bonfires and get back into the boat. You continue, yada yada yada. Now you're waiting for the boat guy to arrive to where you are so you can continue. Then I get to Helheim and I actually face go to the Vault of Ancient where I face Odin, the corrupted Odin. I kill him. Act should be done. I still have a quest at this point. I have 2 quests actually. Let me find the picture. Like I said, I ranted on my Discord, so like the picture is here. I finished this Destiny's objective was kill corrupted Odin. That's the end of the act. I did that. It was completed. We see it is completed. Yet it still says find a way through the caves, which is the objective for the quest that gets you into like you get in Forgotten Caves essentially. So now there is that quest complete and there's nobody to turn the quest into, and now there's a second quest that I still haven't completed. So the shit is pissing me off already, but I'm like, okay, find a way through the caves. I go back to the caves. I manually walk to Camp of Souls. It clears that objective. But then Camp of Souls is bugged and just lets me walk through the zone. I get to Helheim. And then I go back to the Vault of the Ancients. Nothing happens. I'm like, what the fuck? So all this to say, I then have to go back to this portal again and do the entire quest all over again. All the while, this shit is telling me corrupted, it's still giving me quest complete, but now I have to do all of these objectives, manually walk through the Camp of Souls again, do all of that again, making sure that second quest is being completed this time around before it allows me to talk to uncorrupted Odin after killing him again at the Vault of the Ancients. So this entire act and my first experience on this entire new act was completely ass. And I'm just like, why? So very, 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 very annoying stuff. I hope you guys never have to experience that, because that's actually, it pissed me off for like over an hour. It was that annoying, because like, keep in mind, every single time I say it was bugged, it was, I have tried everything that it occurs to me to try as a gamer. I have tried everything that seems unintuitive. I'm out of options. I Google it, and then they tell me it's bugged. So, needless to say, I hope I never have to really experience this act again. Like, realistically, now I know, right? Next time, I'm not touching this in hell before I go to normal. I'd be doing this as soon as I'm there in normal, you know, as the devs intended. I will not stray from the path, because nothing but frustration comes from that. Like, oh good lord, that pissed me off. Anywho, that was how that went. But now it's done and I have Act 8 done. I want to try going to Hell 5 and killing Mephius and seeing how my damage looks like, because I have good damage. I have really good damage. The question is it enough for Hell 5? And I know even if it's enough for Hell to kill him in Hell 5, it will not be enough. It will not be enough, actually. Okay. Even if it is enough for Hell 5, it's not going to be enough for Inferno. But I am curious to see what the damage requirements are for here. And if I am attacking enemies and they're not dying, then I know it's way too early. Okay. I think we can do it. I wouldn't farm in what is my FPS? What is this FPS? What the fuck? $26 FPS, really? Is it the zone? I feel like it's the zone. Can we go in? Jeez. Thank you. I need more damage to be comfortably farming this zone or this difficulty as much as as fast as I do. Hell 3. So I think for a bit I'll be farming Hell 3. But if I get these points and I can start farming up my ring, because this is the last point I need before I get the 25% chance for bosses to resummon. That would just make my ring farm, my soul forge ring farm, a whole lot more efficient, if you will.
Yearns for a new way. You and me, their salvation.
At first I'm having to do the mechanic. Broski. Oh, I touched the tentacle. Can I jump over the wall? I wonder.
Tarthiel yearns for a new way. You and me, their salvation.
Next time I'll try jumping over the tentacles and seeing if I can actually make it. Speaking of, I don't even know that I summoned all three. I don't know that I summoned all three ENT Colossi. What's up, Watu? How you doing?
It is not too late. Join chaos like you can.
Okay, we phase him. Yeah, I don't think I had all three up. Okay, so I can't jump over the wall, I think. Execute him! Why do you have execute if you're not gonna execute, my guy? This guy has... Okay. Ready for Torchlight? Yes, I am. Looking forward to it, actually. I already have good ideas for new things I could play going into the new season. Feeling very good about the minion changes. I'll be honest, wasn't expecting them, but now there's actually choices that look good on paper that might actually just be decent. Holy, okay, so maybe you can't jump over them. Ooh. Kill him! I don't know what you're waiting for. You have an execute, my guy. Use it. Anywho, we just killed Hell 5 Mevius. That's Mevius. Okay, just confirm. Just confirming. Which means we have 4 points to spend. Nice. Now go back to the hell we are comfortable in to farm a bit more. Maybe 4. Try 4. Let's see. I mean, we'll see. You want to get the pass new girl, then I'll see the abilities to use. That's the new hero. Yeah, she looks pretty good. I don't know. For me, I don't think she's going to be quite as strong with minions as the actual minion classes. But for self-cast, she seems very strong. Like those elixirs seem a bit on the stronger side. Yeah, I think this is the play. 25% chance to respawn it. 25% chance to respawn it and then have extra chance to spawn. Jeez. And now we have the full boss rushing tree. Yeah. I don't know if the primeval parts are money or if Key of Terror is expensive. So I'll leave this point and I'll go check. But yeah, she seems very strong, especially with the whole scaling off of elixirs. I think I might go Iris 1 and have some elixir scaling, elixir effect in there. I don't know yet, but like I know elixir is going to be a good source of MS, and I do know someone mentioned there are new uniques in the game. There's a new glove and a new. There's a new glove and there's new boots as well. Question is elixir. Lunaria season, legendary gear. Yeah, this is where the new stuff is. So there's golden touch, which is basically it triggers. So like on Iris, that means this would be a free trigger for your elixir in the second slot if you were to use it as your. I think this is the belt. Does it say this? These are the gloves. These are the gloves. Glove is a very contested spot. I don't even know if I would do this. Maybe Vorax on the belt. That is something I could actually do. If I Vorax belt, we could take these gloves. If they're not expensive, we could do that. But yeah, this gives us a source of trigger for the elixir as well as additional damage while the elixir is active, and then we're incentivizing to getting elixir uptime. I don't think it's that strong if I'm being honest, but there's also, is it this guy, which is a belt? Yeah, waist guard is a belt that has elixir skills gain charging progress every second. So this automatically charges it, makes it so it has the charge to actually use the skill, and then additional damage for you and your minions for every elixir skill cast recently up to 5 times. So this one is actually a pretty strong mod. We just need to make sure we are casting elixir skills very often, and I don't think we'll be able to charge it quite that much. I know elixirs currently have auto charge. Like there was auto charge. I guess they removed it. That's my guess. Where's the elixir? There. There's now hyper metabolism, which is gain charging progress every second. That is a shit amount of charging progress depending on what the elixir skills look like. Gain 10 charging progress when suffering a severe injury. Max charge for the supported skill. When casting, gain 5%. So basically this makes it so you gain some of it when you use it, which is, that's going to be best for using elixir for support. We can't take severe injuries that often, or we can't even intentionally take it even if we could. So, and this is way too slow for what I imagine what I imagine elixirs will look like. Skill active elixir. So swiftness G is what I have in mind. Wait, what? Defeating enemies can increase charging progress of the skill. At 15 charging progress, gain 1 charge. So if we gain, let me just do the mental math here real quick. So if we gain 0.5 every second, it would take us 30 seconds to use this once. That is not nearly enough. Now this giving us 4 every second. Wait, hold up though. Wait. This is 0.1 at level 1. What's level 20? 1 every second. Okay, so at 1 every second, plus 4 here, or if we corrupt it, 8 here, that's 9 every second, which means we get to use it every other second. So recently it's 4 seconds, so we'd stack this 4 times. No, we can stack it 2 times, because it'd be the base one, the second 2 and second 4 that will count for the damage. So that's 30% more damage, which means we would need other sources of this. I keep in mind this is also with this guy corroded, so that'll be a bit more expensive. It would make us need more elixir stuff. We'd have to look into it. But the TLDR is we can honestly try to use that to gain perma uptime on movement speed. With movement speed coming from the dew, movement speed coming from 2 memories that giving 30% each, as well as movement speed coming from our boots, I think that is how we compete with Iris 2 on mobility, even though realistically that might just not be possible. We'll see. With all the CDR we're stacking, I'm hoping that we can use our mobility skill, like our dash, relatively frequently. But we'll see. Maybe it's going to be the first time we use blurry step / swiftness step / whatever else that is called, because we're stacking CDR anyways. I came here for something, I just don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, it was to check Key of Terror. $18K. And what about what drops from Gulag? Where do I see this shit? I think crafting should have something along the lines, or a boss ticket. I just don't know. I just don't know where it would be. Key of Terror there. Oh wait, so Key of Terror is the tickets that you get from getting all the bosses together. Oh my lord, that's why it's 19K. Because if I go Gurag's Soul, and I guess it's probably not. It's 1,000 each. Crafting, my guy. Where are we? There. That explains it. So I guess that's a no-brainer then. It should just be a 1% chance. Because like it was either that, or we would go for Prime Evil parts. Right? It was either or. All right. I should do this on Hell 1. We'll do Hell 1 and just start boss spamming for We'll start both spamming for the ring. So yeah, as soon as I saw the Iris changes, I just instantly felt like I was going Iris 1. So I played Iris 2 last season, so I would kind of also wanted a break from Iris 2, but at the same time, I could have gone Iris 2 as well, and it would have been fine. But I'm very happy that Iris 1 looks stronger. At the very least, because like we no longer have to go. We no longer have to troll and take the hero trait. Muroski. Gurak Soul, but not the Soul Forge. I was happy when I saw Gurak, and then I remembered that's not what I'm here for. But that being said, it is extra money, so there's that. You know something I really should do? Realistically, what's the point of flying if you won't let me fly? There we go. This should be the form I spend my time in, because it makes farming this a lot more bearable, because now I no longer care about terrain. I can take it off later.
Saints are just worm food now.
So even on top of the simple fact that we killed him twice. I'm going to miss all the res I had on my other form. The res and MS. I thought terrain is not meant to affect me. This is actually not that bad in terms of speed. Knife RNG will be DM, you know. Give me what I'm looking for. I'd be happy. Did I do too much damage?
Mother Nature always prevails.
We're gonna get that soul forward ring, my G. What are the odds of it dropping even? I got 3 Gurag souls. By the time this is all said and done, I wonder how many keys I'll have for all the bosses. Because it's looking like I'll have a fair amount. What is this? Who needs terrain anyways? I'm assuming the... Yeah, it's here. This is too comfy for comfort. As ironic as that sounds. I don't want to get too used to this because this is actually kind of crazy. It's minus MS, so like I'm slower than I would be on tree form. But like I just see terrain and I'm like, who cares? How are things feeling? I've beaten Hell 5 Mevius. I'm currently trying to get my ring. If the thing never drops, that is. How you doing, TMA? Like I finally have enough points to actually have him respawn. So I'm just using bird form so I can ignore terrain and farm and try to kill him ASAP. But like ignoring terrain is so comfortable. Like I'm just going straight. Like what? Like granted, it gives I get granted I get minus MS for the ability to ignore terrain, but like, I feel like that's a decent trade-off. You can min max your Regifala Spectre has the best build I've played in like 5 leagues. Holy, thank you very much. Appreciate the feedback. Glad you enjoyed it. Progen really makes the build tanky. It's worth the money. It really is. Like you get Progen and mapping just, you no longer die mapping. And if you're dedicated, you can technically use a single target, but like I've never done that ever in the history of using Progen. Like it's way too much effort for me. AFK T17 farming. You know the best part about going something like Doriani, I find, it's just the ability to ignore resistance mods and not care. Like, oh, you're getting 90 res. It would be a shame, a mighty fine shame, if I turned that to minus 200. Regardless of the build I play, it's only Doriani that can just say, yeah, I don't care about that mod. Because like on the Chaos build I played this season, it fills the Chaos res you get. Phase builds fill the PDR that node gets on T17s. But just because he's like that is a skill that just says, or that's an item that just says, well, you no longer have res. It feels really, really good. Is there a way to make a spectre stacker have like 20? To do that, you would need to, I guess, clarify what you mean a bit more. Do you mean like 20, like 20 with your main DPS being specters, or do you mean 20 with you being your own DPS? Because I think both are possible, but the latter, you have to make sure it is worth. Just regular defilers, I had 14 total. Once you get your congregation going, to get to like 2021, you're going to need a +1 spectre chest. I think we already used the shield, so like you will need the shield too. Like you need spectre chest, you need the shield. That will give you a total of 3 from the gem, 1 from depth attunement, 1 from shield, 1 from chest, 6. And then double to 12. If you get Midnight Bargain Foulborn, you can technically, I think, get to like 21, right? Because you get to level 4, which is 1.42. Level 4 is 1.42. Level 6 with a +2 Dark Monarch is 1.46. So that would be 7 times 2 times 1.46. You get 20 specters if you were to use the Midnight Bargain for an extra specter as well. I don't think it's necessarily worth it, but you can get to 20. If that was your question. Is there a universe where my filter is not going to show this item? Because I feel like, I assume not. My own DPS, perfect specters would buff you, basically aura stacker. Yeah, it's possible, and I know somebody that did something similar with Absolution of Inspire in this league, where they went minion damage, they went crit because they used the shield to get. You basically slap on a Katarina shield and all of a sudden you're capped on crit because you have that many specters. 200 satanic items. GG. So now you have your crit solved and you have a lot of auras. Your job is now to solve your other damage sources. So he went Absolution so that he could get Doriani. So like you went Doriani, didn't have to care about curses and stuff. They didn't have quite as many specters, but like you didn't have 20 specters as an example, but you don't need 20 specters realistically. Am I playing TLI this season? Yes, I am. Looking forward to it too. I haven't decided what I want to go because there's so many good choices that I'm just like, I don't know. But it's definitely a breath of fresh air to see support specters in TLI. Definitely big. Like this is actually going to be a very banger season because this essentially switches up the meta for minions by quite a bit, because all of a sudden Iris 1 was meme, now she's actually strong. Moto 1 was meme, now he might be a lot more popular. I don't know if he's going to be strong, but he's going to be more popular. Personally, I probably see him going for a Spectre setup with the temporary approach where he tries to kill his minions every X seconds. I can talk about this after this kill, to be honest.
Mother Nature always prevails.
The page is meant to drop, right? Like I meant to see it on the floor. You said Iris 1 as for the strong option. Yeah. Iris 1 is actually pretty good. I'm personally thinking I might start Iris 1, but Iris 1 had a very healthy amount of changes that I'm just like, yo, that might just be enough. So I'll walk you through my thought process real quick to what I'm thinking of for Iris 1 and what I'm thinking for Order Calling Moto, which is Moto 1. For Moto 1, I think the strongest thing you could do is find a way to replace your minions every 4 to 6 seconds. Use this to stack overload effect, because that is going to be a big multiplier. So that you can take advantage of this. It's a big overload effect, but it's only for the first time, so you need those minions to die so that you can get new ones that will get it for the first time. Then you get this guy, which is for 6 seconds. After it will kill them after 6 seconds, but then, you know, overload effects, even more overload effect. So now you're stacking overload effect, and then you go for charge forward, which is even more overload effect for every 5 command, up to a cap of 130 180% of overload effect. But here's the kicker, this is multiplicative, so this is going to multiply all your other sources of overload effect. So now you have a very, very big multiplier that is going to multiply what overload does baseline, which is 6% more damage. So that is going to be a very big damage multiplier. You're going to have minions that you don't really care if, well, they're going to die in 6 seconds, but nothing else will kill them before those 6 seconds elapses. You don't really care for overload duration as much, but you do care about overload cooldown. And I think you would want to get this down to 6 seconds so that it's right on time for when you finish spawning new minions. Actually, 6 seconds might be too short. Maybe 8 seconds. I don't know. We'll have to see. It would definitely require a balance to where after 6 seconds they die, then you summon them all with wind rhythm. So now they are back within the span of ideally 2 seconds, let's say. You now have all 6 of them back within 2 seconds. And now because you have the 6 of them back within 2 seconds, this is when overload then procs to give you the big effect for your minions. And then they start dropping like flies. And then you rinse repeats. But anyways, that is Moto 1, and the only reason I'm thinking of Moto 1, keep in mind, is because of the new Spectres. The new Spectres are going to be cool. There are some I feel might be baits, some I think will be pretty good. But that is my current theory as to what will be meta on Moto. What just happened? You got nuked. How good is this? Let's see. After casting a summoning skill, the player will gain overload. This is going to be for the new Ascendancy, I assume. Because here's the thing. This guy is a self-caster. This is a self-casting affix. What they're trying to promote, and I've seen this in some of the Spectre, Magnificent, and Noble support gems, is they want it to be an option that you use the Spectres, but you are gaining benefits. So like in this case, the player is one gaining multiplicative damage and overload effect and gaining the effects of overload, Because keep in mind, order calling gives your minions overload. All your minions will gain overload, which is this is what overload does. It's just 6% more damage. So now you will get overload, and then you also get overload effect. And an Omnic Summon being the Spectre. And then the player is gaining damage. So it has value in that there's the overload effect for what I just mentioned for your minions as well. But the biggest benefactor of this is the self-casters that want the damage for themselves and want the support minion. So that is what this guy wants, essentially. You understand what Overload did at first? Yeah, it's with the way Torchlight is arranged, this is kind of confusing, but Overload is literally just this 6% more damage. And your minions gain it. And then of course it takes bonuses to your Empower skills. So if you scale an Empower skill, it also helps. Frostblink got gutted. I've unironically never used Frostblink. I know it's what you're talking about. It is Frost. Is it Frost Terra? They call it Frost. It's Frost something. They reduced its distance and gave it a new gem or something like that. Frigid Transmission, that's the one. They basically gave it this noble gem. Wait, what was the nerf? Freezing will no longer reset the cooldown. It's now 3 seconds and distance went from 7 to 10. Frostbite for 1 second when dealing cold damage on hits. This is not bad for minions. This actually wouldn't affect minions, but it's a big hit on like Gemma. But they also added this guy, which says freezing under any conditions refreshes the cooldown. So they brought it here and then reduced the CD, but now it's back to its original reset. And then Star Up increases skill duration at 5 stars gain. Since when did they start doing this? I haven't seen any other ones specify what the Star Up does. Typically it's just like 4% more damage. Interesting. Okay. Then now to go over what I think is going to be busted on Iris, and Iris 1 especially is going to be the broken one. Not broken per se, she's going to be way stronger than she was compared to like this league. So starting off with what changed. Oh geez, not now. Don't do this to me, TLIDB. Just our luck. Oh, that didn't last long. Okay, cool. I wish. How about this? Duplicate. Growing Breeze. Yes! We still have it in cash. Because I was looking at this earlier. Cool. So, what changed? They removed this Ascendant, this trait, and they left this one. This is insanely strong, and here's why. Before, Socialite was on tier 2 alongside this guy. And what that meant was you were either taking +1 max, so you were either getting to 3 DPS Magi, or you were getting Full Bloom. And Full Bloom is insane damage. Why is Full Bloom insane damage? Whenever your minion is in Full Bloom, 50% of its cast speed is added to itself as multiplicative spell damage. So if you have 100% increased cast speed, that is now 50% multiplicative damage for that Magi. Huge, insane. And it was also under the condition of getting a certain amount of nourishment, you would enter full bloom. This number wasn't 10, it was like 40 or something really high at level 1, and then it scaled down to like, I know it was like 20 or something by level 3, 4, and then I think 5 was like 15. But this was it. So you had to get a lot of nourishment. So Wind Rider was what you would take with it, and you would eat the more damage taking that Wind Rider comes, which is ass, by the way. But now that they've made this change, what this means is you not only no longer lose one minion, because you'd eventually have 2 full bloom magi, or you'd have 3 magi that you would use for enhanced skills. Those were your 2 options. And full bloom also makes it so they can cast their ultimate abilities. So those were your 2 options: ultimate with 2, or you go 3 with enhanced skill. Now you can get both. So now you're going to always have 3 DPS. Well, 2 if you don't go elemental duo. Why wouldn't you go that? So you'd always have 3 DPS magi. But not only that, you now have access to full bloom, and they made it so you only need 10 stacks of nourishment to enter full bloom for 12 seconds. So long as you get they gain 10, they enter full bloom for 12. Now I think they will still leave full bloom. I could be wrong. I think gaining stacks while in full bloom allows you to keep full bloom. But in any case, now the alternative, this one was also there. I think this one was probably a T1 ultimate, but they buffed it to also include armor. So now you can get a whole lot of enhanced skill chance if you were to go enhanced skill magi. But realistically, most people just take this and take full bloom. Now we have full bloom, which means they can cast their ultimates. Their ultimates have an 8-second cooldown, and they have multiplicative ultimate CDR. So they're trying to, they would ideally like their ultimate CDR to scale, to scale the CD from 8 seconds to like 4 seconds to like 2 seconds, whatever, because ultimate skills for Magi is very, very strong. Now, that is on top of the cast speed buff, by the way. But the downside of this node is you can no longer cast enhanced skills. So whenever your Magi is not casting ultimate, it's casting its basic skill, which is ass. So you really want this cooldown to be as low as possible so it can use that ultimate ASAP. Now Fire Magi early on is going to be insane for this, because Fire Magi, please be back. Oh, you're back, thank goodness. Summon Fire Magi. It's going to be insane for this because Molten Rising is a very strong ultimate, but even more so than that, which one is it? This one. It turns your ultimate into Melting Explosion, which basically applies a Giga Ignite, right? Yeah, it adds a Giga Ignite to the ultimate. So that means even though it's doing basic attacks after whatever, this will make it so its damage is very, very streamlined early on if you can get Flowing Flames. But eventually you'd want to have so much CDR that realistically you do not have to even cast that basic skill. So then you can go for unhit ultimates when you have that much CDR. We're going to go into what my plan to do with this tech is in a moment. But anyways, so this was a very big change to Iris, and then you of course still have the same T3s where you either go Wind Rider, that is very, very strong at giving nourishment, like every single base interval is 0.3, so every second you're getting 3 casts of it. Like that's a buff to it. It wasn't that good before. 0.3 and can be jumped up to 5 stacks. Okay, no. At 5 stacks, you gain the nourishment. So it takes a second and a half. I think they buff Wind Rider, if I'm being honest. But in any case, you have Wind Rider doing its thing, giving 3 stacks of nourishment every 1.5 seconds roughly. And that is going to be what we would likely take early on. But then this guy is now stronger. Here's why. Because of the simple fact that we want to scale CDR, there are different ways that Magi can scale CDR, but the most efficient typically is finding a way to give your minions your CDR, and minions would typically come with that in their magnificent or noble gems if that was necessary. So my plan is we're going to be stacking Origin of Spirits Magi for nourishment, which is going to be a very healthy damage boost. But that's me sidetracking. My plan is to go Frost Magi. Now you might ask, why Frost Magi? What the fuck does this guy get? Well, you will see that they have Vengeance, which is a noble gem. This noble gem makes it so they can no longer cast their Empower skill. So the Empower skill of this guy is a damage skill. Keep in mind, it's very important that you remember it's a damage skill. It is a damage skill that gives it a multiplicative damage boost on other skills it uses, right? It's the next 5 skills deal additional damage after casting another skill. This bonus reduces. So you cast this, now every other subsequent skill the Frost Magi cast has a damage multiplier on it that is becoming lower and lower every single time they cast until he eventually refreshes this buff. Vengeance makes it so he can no longer cast it. It sets his cooldown to a set it sets the base cooldown to an amount. It doesn't set to a set amount. So like on T1 that's 4 seconds, on T0 that's 3 seconds. So now the cooldown on its Empower is 3 seconds, but it can't actively use it. So what happens whenever this minion takes damage? It is going to trigger the Empower skill, and it also makes it so our cooldown applies to the minion. So now we can scale our CDR, and that will scale our minion CDR. So now we have an Empower skill that is 3-second baseline for T0 cooldown that is getting triggered automatically whenever it takes damage. Now we just need to find the source for damage to make sure he's always taking damage. So as soon as it's off cooldown, it procs. Now that proc will do damage and give him a multiplier. What is the damage? How do we make him take damage? Introducing Friend Nemesis. The Friend Nemesis chest has this line that says Spirit Magi take 1,000 secondary physical damage when you are not at full life. That all that means is we just have to reserve a bit of our life. Once we reserved life, we are no longer at full life in TLI, and as such, he's going to be taking damage every 0.5 seconds. Now that he's just taking damage, it will be proccing this as soon as it's off cooldown. Now our job is to stack CDR so that the 3 seconds goes down to 1.5 to 1 second to sub 1 second, etc. Stack as much CDR as we can. That will give us a very fast proccing Empower skill. Now keep in mind he is triggering this, so there is no cast animation, it's just happening. So now you have 3 Magi that are constantly proccing this DPS Empower skill constantly, just every 1 second, every half a second, every 1.5 seconds, whatever your CDR gets you to, it's casting this. But don't forget, it is going to be in full bloom, and we are giving it a shit ton of cooldown reduction now to get the Empower skill lower. Cooldown reduction is going to meet the additional ultimate cooldown recovery and giga reduce the CD of this 8-second ultimate skill, bringing it down to like 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, yada yada. The Empower skill is going to be buffing that ultimate when it happens, and it's going to be getting giga damage from what the cast speed we're scaling on it. So now you have this scenario where it's going to cast the ultimate ability. The ultimate is going to be a baseline, a very strong ultimate ability, but now it's going to get a big damage multiplier from Frost Release, and you're going to just cast it, big damage, clear whatever you're trying to clear, and move on. But that's not all, because remember, this is Frost Magi, and you know what Frost Magi is and why I've always wanted to have this on an Iris 1 build. Frost Magi has this for an origin. With Frost Magi, you are going to be regenerating ES, not recharging, regenerating. So this is never going to turn off. This, alongside origin scaling, is a big source of how you deal with damage over time on ES, typically. But the problem with Iris 1 was you would never go Frost Major as damage because it just sucked as damage. So you'd go other minions that didn't have this. So if you had, and Iris 1 sucks at life, you would go ES on Iris 1. Unlike Iris 2 that is trying to get life regen, Iris 1 doesn't care about that. It doesn't help her in any way, typically. So you would go ES, and now you have to figure out ES recovery, because now so you're going 4 start to make sure your ES is charging whenever you need it, or whenever the skill gets used. You would go the activation medium and automatically procs it whenever your ES drops below a certain amount, and then you'd go for Barrier of Radiance, which is a core talent. Now, if you don't remember what the core talent is, it's a big talent that comes with the tree on your passive tree. So you would have to use a pedigree stat for Barrier of Radiance, which is a node that makes it so for 4 seconds after you start recharging, it can't be interrupted. That is how you would have to like mitigate dots in the current state of Iris 1. That is a skill gem, a skill gem, which is a big opportunity cost. That is a node on your pedigree that is forcing you to go pedigree as well, because there's multiple different ways to make your slate setup. Pedigree is not necessarily, you know, a no-brainer. There are other strong setups. So now you're forced into pedigree and you have to go Barrier of Radiance. But now that we can actually use Frost Magi for damage, that means we no longer need to care as much for our ES recharge. So we're going to drop all of that in favor of scaling origin effect. Now, scaling origin effects is helping us defensively. But what else is it doing? If you remember, it's scaling us offensively now with nourishment, because now a percent of your origin stacking of the bonus applied to origin or spirit major is now going to be applied to nourishment. So any source of origin effect is going to be applied to the 30% more damage you get for nourishment, as well as your empower skill effect, of course. But essentially this gives us a reason to origin stack, because now we're going to be getting a lot of regen from it, as well as a lot of damage from it. And I think that is, did I forget to touch on anything? That is the core of my idea for what I want to do for the following season on Iris 1. And I really like the idea, the core of it. There's many moving parts, but there's defense scaling that's scaling damage, and there's damage scaling that is scaling defense. But oh yeah, remember, there's still, we're not done. I just remembered. Remember how they introduced a hero memory? There's now new mods on the hero memories and stuff like that. Well, Iris got one. And the name of this mod is Nature's Party. And what it does is it gives nourishment and extra effects. Now, sounds expensive. That's expensive if Iris is popular. Remember, Iris 2 is a popular one, not Iris 1. Remember that. But anyways, so Nature's Party gives nourishment and additional base effects. Now, again, we're scaling nourishment effects. Keep that in mind. Iris 2 is like Howling Gale build or something, right? Iris 2 is minions, but you can merge with your Magi. So Iris 2 is unmatched with movement speed, because you don't care about movement speed. You merge with Rock Magi. Its ultimate ability is a slam, so you're just jumping around perma, just jump. That's how you clear. That's Iris 2. Iris 1 is the one that doesn't merge, so you're basically on your own. So one of the modifiers we can get on hero memories now. That was Iris 1. Nope. What just happened here? Oh, actually that is relatively loud. No, there's an update for Hero Siege. Okay, so like I was saying, Iris 1 can now also get this modifier on memories. What does this do? This is an insane modifier. Nourishment now gives Frost Magi, which is what I was thinking of running. It gives them on hits, it restores 5% of missing life and ES to the player. Remember how they said the biggest problem was sustain? This will solve on hit. We are going to be proccing the Empower skill. The Empower skill is going to be restoring this life and ES however often it can hit. On top of the ultimate skill, also doing this exact same thing. And then it also makes it so frostbite rating. You don't have to scale as much frostbite rating to get this to the point where it can freeze, which is very, very big, because previously I think you would have to sacrifice one of your, oh geez, give me a second. It didn't update. Steam. Can we update now, please? All right. So nourishment is getting this effect. So by the time the origin scaling kicks in, this 5%, if let's say we get to 500 origin effect, which is honestly pretty doable. If we get to like 500, all of a sudden, it's going to get 60% of that effect going to nourishment. So 500 gets cut down to like 280, something like that. That would make the nourishment bonus almost 4x, right? So that would be almost 120 for the base effect, but it also make it so so that's almost 120% more damage, less than that, like 110, something like that, as well as almost 20% of your missing ES every single time it hits, and it's hitting from with the Empower, and it's also hitting from the ultimate abilities, those two things. But this is I kid you not, this is an insane modifier, because Thunder Magi gets paralysis, and then it gives it lightning damage against paralyzed enemies per stack of nourishment. So at 10 stacks, that's 10% lightning damage against that paralyzed enemy, which is quite insane. Now I don't know if there are ways to stack to like scale the maximum. Actually, no. Now that I'm reading this, I think this applies like the rest of the nourishment buffs, which is once. So it's going to use this. It's going to, you have a stack of nourishment, and this applies 5%, even though you are at 10. It won't apply 50%, right? There's no way this would say, okay, you have 10 stacks of nourishment to restore 50% of your missing life on hit. This one says it's for that use, but this one says per stack of nourishment. I honestly think it might be stacking, in which case when it's at 10 stacks of nourishment, which it should be almost perma, it'd be getting us 50% of our missing ES. That would be stupidly broken, honestly. And this is ignoring nourishment effect that we would have a fair amount of. That would be stupidly broken. Now this is something I expect will be expensive. Nature's Party, I fully expect this modifier to be expensive on trade. So just keep that in mind. This is more end game than anything what I'm talking about now. Like when you're done with the basics, you're in profound, that's when you be looking at this. But if it works that way, however way it works, by the way, whether it takes the entire nourishment and gives you 50% of your missing ES, which is stupidly strong, or if it goes the inverse and it's like, okay, you have 5%, it does, and it's going to just give you 5% and then scale off of nourishment effect, either or. Really strong, because nourishment effect will still kick this up from 5% to like 10%, 20%, something like that. And you have 3 of them that are constantly hitting. It's going to be stupid amounts of recovery that ES typically does not have, on top of the regen we're talking about earlier, because all that origin effect is also going to be scaling the base regen. So you're going to be, if you had like 500% origin effect, that would be math isn't mathing right now. 1.2 12.5 12 point something thereabouts, probably like 12.1% ES per second regen. Then you're going to then be regenerating like 20 ES if it only takes 1 stack, but this says per stack, so that makes me think that'd be like 200% of your missing ES per second, which is kind of broken. So we don't know. I don't know. It'll be something I test. Erosion Magi. This also is going to be an insane build for Iris 1, Erosion Magi, because what Deterioration does is it applies a debuff on the enemy that takes 60% of the hit damage that inflicted it and does it to the enemy as true damage. It's basically like 60% more damage, except this time res doesn't matter. So it's kind of like Impale, but you don't need to proc it. It auto procs. PoE Impale. It's kind of like that. And this is of course per stack of nourishment. So it's possible that you now inflict multiple stacks of deterioration when you have multiple nourishment, and then of course you have the increased deterioration damage. Instead of 60%, it gets multiplied even further by this multiplier. This is also insane. And then if you want a support minion for a different build, this one would be broken. 20% of damage shaking is transferred to this minion, and per stack of nourishment deal physical damage equal to the second part. We don't care about. The first part is where it's at. So like on my Frost Magi build, there's a universe where I get an extra slot for the Magi, so I can get a 4th guy that'll be a Rock Magi for 20% DR essentially. And on top of that, you can support the Rock Magi with like what's it called, precise force field. Is it force field? It's precise. What is the name of that thing again? Superpower protection field. That's the one. You can also support it with this, where at level 20 it's going to be taking 9% of that damage extra. So like now you're at 29, but you can also get an extra 8% on the tree. No, you can get an extra 16% on the tree. So that would then give you up to 40% plus damage redirection to just your Rock Magi. Actually, the one from the tree would be generic, so your Frost Magi will split that portion. But yeah, defensively it would be very strong. And this would probably scale. No, this will scale with nourishment effect as well. It won't scale on a per stack basis because it reads like this is the part that scales with per stack of nourishment, but this part will scale of nourishment effect. So we might be getting a very large amount of transfer. We'll see. How do the specters work? TLDR for the specters is you kill a boss. There is a chance you kill a boss. There's a chance the boss drops a specter gem that is already imbued, I believe. I think it comes pre-imbued, and on its pre-imbue it has 3, I don't know if it's always 3 modifiers, but it has 3 modifiers like companions in PoE 2. So you drop the gem and it has like 3 extra modifiers you can roll with, and these extra modifiers are auras as well. So it can have like extra attack speed for you and for its allies, it can have extra damage for itself. You know, it's kind of like, you know how in PoE 1 terms, that would be the closest thing would be the beast's Pharaoh Beast Ascendancy, the one specter that gives you 3 rare modifiers as well as an aura. It's like that, except it's not 3 random modifiers, it's the modifiers you bought with the gem, basically. So there are going to be people who use support specters. There are going to be people who use support specters and are not even minion builds in the slightest, because there's also a noble gem. Dude, can you give me some good? There's also I think it's a noble gem that makes the minion immune to damage but deal no damage as well. So Brutus's Brain from PoE 2, if you're familiar with it. Did they leak any of this stuff? Oh yeah, 100%. Would it? I need to remember what it's called. Is it protocol? ENT. What is a name of one of the minions again? There was an ENT, there was a Goblin Shaman. Modules. Goblin Priests. So this, you click this. This is all of them. All the different specters, possibly. I'll put it on. And then these are their modules. Actually, this is the module. So these are all the auras. So for example, this one gives the minion additional physical damage, cold, fire, lightning, erosion, etc. Then there are some that are in Chinese, so we can't actually see it, but there are others that have the full translation. So like Fury Program is going to be 25% extra damage when the minion is at low life. I think the best, I call it now, the best in slots module is going to be Ailment Protocol, because you're going to mix Ailment Protocol, which has a 3% more damage for every ailment on the enemy. You're going to mix that with Dirty Tricks and Ailment Termination. So you can get 5 ailments. There's freeze, there's chill, there's freeze, there's frostbite. Is it frostbite or chill? Frostbite. There's freeze, there's frostbite, there's wilt, there's ignite, there is trauma, and there's, I've said wilt already. Those 5. There's numbed, 6. Yeah, those are, I think there are 6. There's 6 ailments. Each is multiplying itself. So all of a sudden you have 3 times 6 would have been 18, but it would be higher than 18 because it's multiplying itself to give you a big more damage multiplier. And then it is asides for the minion summon granting ailment damage to you and allies. If you're going an ailment build, that'd be really good. But this is going to be very strong, and you would pair it with Dirty Tricks, which is a core talent that it's a core talent that does the same thing, but it is 12% additional hit damage for every single ailment the enemy has. Was that nerfed? No, it wasn't. It wasn't nerfed. Why wasn't it nerfed? Anyways, this is 12% for every ailment type. I know I said there are 6, but realistically there's 5 for most builds. Because the only way you get freeze is if you're a frost build that's scaling max frostbite. So most people get 5, but even at 5, this is still multiplying itself. So that's going to be 12 times 5, which is more than 60% more damage to enemies from just one core talent. On top of that other node, on top of the modifier, it's going to be insane. And then there are a lot of all these guys where it's like it just applies auras. It can get a level 1 free aura to you, a precise aura, by the way, a free level 1 precise aura. So you can get a 6th, you can technically get a 6th aura now, because you can have these. You can even get one that has multiple if they're not mutually exclusive, for the effects of, like, if you have aura effect per aura that affects you, or damage per aura, you might want to find one that has multiple different auras, even though you don't care about it, because that would multiply that as well. Then there are these source codes. They are going to be a decent source of blessings if you don't have a different source. So I know Winter of Origin wants you to have a source of focus blessing. It will probably be a good source of that. There's stuff like Breakpoint, which is is this Explode? No, Explode is Meltdown. This is the Explode. We saw this in the review, so I know this is Explode. It's a big Explode as well. And then something like Breakpoints is, oh, this is Calling Strike, 18% call. I know how powerful they are on other builds, but on the build I was playing this season of TLI, my like 60 FE Ethereal boosted my damage from 150 bill to 400 bill. When I went Dirty Tricks, I went from, I mentioned this in the chat, I'll go find it real quick. It was a stupid amount of damage increase. It was a very, very stupid amount of damage. I went from 2.2 trillion rather. I went from 2.2 trillion to 4.6 trillion by incorporating Dirty Tricks, because you also pair it with ailment termination support. So I went Dirty Tricks and I went ailment termination. And ailment termination is basically the same thing, where it's like for every ailment the enemy has, you gain a multiplier that multiplies. So like level 20, that's 8.6 for every ailment, so that's times 5. But it's multiplying itself. Times itself 5 times, basically. How much did that cost? It's crazy how many new things you can miss as a new player to scale your damage better. Yeah. It's quite insane. Ailment termination was cheap. The pedigree I got that had Dirty Tricks and the second modifier I cared about, that was like 2k FE. It wasn't even that much. Or how much what cost me getting to that damage point, or what? This was free. You literally can get this support gem for free. You just take it up. It's one of those support gems you can just get. So I literally just got it. So that damage boost was with a level 16 ailment termination, not level 20 even. But yeah, it was very strong. So I 100% think Spectres will be in every minion build. I don't know if it's going to be a case of my guess, because I'm still theory crafting, off the top of my head, what I would like is to have even more scalars for my origin effects, so that I can really greed origin effects without thinking I'm trolling. And there's multiple ways to do that, actually, thinking about it. And I can go through some of them. Let me just kill this boss one more time. Let's act like we're making progress in Hero Siege.
fallen beast.
The fact that I still haven't gotten it is kind of insane. Roughly to that damage, if you even recall, I don't remember how much I had spent to get to 2.2 trill slash 4.6 trill because I was doing my own thing. But if I had to guesstimate, I'd say I had spent like maybe 70 to 80 KFE, probably around 70. Yeah, I would say it's around that ballpark. Because I beat SS20 at 15 trillion when I was at 103k total FE from the trade house. That is inaccurate actually, because 103k, that's what I sold. What I naturally got as well, if you were to incorporate it all, I would probably, and this is just vibes, this is just vibes based, I don't actually know how much I got from drops because they don't count it, but I would say I was probably at like 125k, 130k, if you include the dropped FE. But I don't even think I dropped like 30k worth of FE, but I got a fair amount of FE from like Sandlord and some other different sources that will give me FE. So I know it's above like the 10k mark. I think it's below the 20k mark, so I think it's actually going to be like closer to 118k to be safe, like 120k FE spent to beat SS20. So if I were to take that and I say where was I as of that snapshot, I would say I had actually spent a big chunk of that currency. So I'd say maybe I was at like 90 to 100 KFE, something like that. I haven't made more than 10k. I mean, that was a very long journey for me. I think as of when I beat SS20, that was the week of PoE launch, or it was almost a week. It was like 6 days to PoE Mirage launch. So when was Mirage's release date? PoE Mirage release date March 6th. So I beat it like February 28th, something like that, or March 1st, some thereabout was when I beat SS20. So I'd been playing TLI for a while before I did that. But yeah, it's very expensive to go for like the full SS20, and getting to like trillions is also pretty expensive. But don't forget, I also have inefficiencies in the way I spend money because I was making my own build and I went multi-strike on all these other things that inevitably there were places where I spent money that I probably didn't need to spend money, but I spent it and then changed my mind or something else after seeing the result. So, you know, that amount doesn't nearly tell the full story, is the TLDR of that. It really doesn't. So don't think you have to spend, you know, that much to be successful in the game. And that's to even say, realistically, SS20 doesn't have to be your goal. It was my goal last season. It's not my goal for like this season, as an example. This season, I just want to get to like SS15. That's my goal for this season. If I'm having so much fun that I go for 20, sure. But with the other releases we're getting, I don't know that I will. We'll have to see. But yeah, I did say I was going to show you guys something. And then what I was going to show is what I think I would end up doing is I think I would end up switching away from, to make it so I can more wholeheartedly scale Origin without feeling like I'm trolling. I will make it so I will get even more damage as well from Origin, and the way to do that realistically is to use Erosion Magi as well. So if I use Erosion Magi alongside my 3 Frosts, why I can do that is because Wicked exists. Wicked brings its own maximum slot, so it's not going to overwrite any of my other minions, and I don't need to do anything to get this slot. But what this does is it converts all other Magi's physical and elemental damage to Erosion, so now it's all doing Erosion, but its origin makes me take less damage over time. So enemies are doing less, I'm just taking less damage from damage over time, and it attaches an effect to the origin to make it so for every at T0 is 3%. For every spirit magi I have, it is going to be 3% to 3.5% more damage, and this of course scales with origin effect. So if I get to 200% origin effect, suddenly this 3% goes up to 9% multiplicative damage per spirit magi, and I plan to have 4 to 5, so that'll be a big multiplier as well as for origin effects. So I think I'm going to actually end up being an origin stacker, which would give me a shit ton of this regen. It would give me a shit ton of damage from nourishment. It would give me a shit ton of damage from wicked. The only problem with this is I'm going to be doing erosion damage, which means no freezing, which means that's one less ailment I can actually embrace. And I really enjoy freeze, I'll be honest. Like in any game I play, I enjoy seeing moms frozen. There's dopamine to be found there. So it might be one of those things that I might not do simply because I like freeze enough, or if I just see like freeze doesn't matter because everything is dead anyways, and I'm going for like as high of a supreme showdown as I can, then you know, who cares about freeze at that point? Make them do erosion damage and call it a day. But it should be a very big amount of deep, it should be a very big reason why I will be able to scale it'll be a big reason why I can scale origin effects and not feel like I'm giving up other things like damage for defenses.
Mother Nature always prevails.
But that's my current theory craft for what I plan to do with RS1 if I were to go RS1. It's still a theory craft, so you know, it might be stronger in my head than it actually ends up being. But like realistically, all the pieces make sense. Oh, I got the Doge relic again. I feel like the exit is to the left.
Spent 140 divines for my next 40 maps.
GG. Money moves, as they say. I want to go do this, but without my current, without the tree for fragments, it hasn't felt very worth it to do it. Am I excited for PoE2? I mean, once I see what they have in store, I might get excited. I like PoE2, but there's no information currently that's giving me excitement, if that makes sense. So, you know, oh, already one battle fragment. That's two. Okay, I'm glad I came back to do this. Maybe I'll save up for a peg leg. I will miss the phasing. I get 3 battle fragments. 4. Very nice indeed. Because the minion movement speed would be really nice to have for Claire. Was talking to this guy on Discord, and I think I'm gonna do gold find strat next Hero Siege season. Gold find, like from monsters? Why? Is how strong is it? Because like I noticed monsters in this game just seem to barely drop gold. I have 6 points? Jeez. I haven't been spending them is what that means. So I've just been nerfing myself for free.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm just gonna start using Fury on Steam, I think. It's crashing me even in the King's March.
What's crashing you?
Just POE.
Back into the soil. Your remains are just worm food now.
Oof. You can get gold charms. You can get charms and such and gear with gold percent find. He's farming Inferno with gold find and getting like 25 to 30k map, which is like a 1 minute a map. That's really good actually. And you don't need to trade for that. But like, what is he putting in his map, I guess, as well? Is just every single monster gives him giga money, or is it like he tries to get res from like Eternal Battlefield and the other mechanics, and killing them is what gives the gold? And how much power does that equate into dropping from your build? Because if your charms are giving you that, does this stack with Merc? Just Chaos Pillars? Jeez. Ugh. It doesn't stack with Mercenary. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't. So it has to be on you. He's doing it on Prophet, and his gear isn't even too amazing. I mean, Prophet is really strong too. I don't know if actually I shouldn't say that. I don't know what the relative power curve is. It's really strong compared to what I was running before, but like I also don't know if I think it's strong. I genuinely think it's strong. But I don't know if how it compares to like the top end of the meta. But if you can get that much gold just with gold find, I think it's worth looking into 100%. He's doing Maelstrom. Oh, so he's a bird. Bird gaming. You know, I'm very surprised. How low is the drop rate on this item this quest item? up to 60 to 70 times. Okay. I mean, it's RNG, so I could get it early or late, I guess, and I want to hope they go unlucky, but that is gonna be quite the grind. Okay. I'm just going to the grind thinking this is RuneScape. And besides, we're actually going to be making a fair amount of currency because we have to because baseline, we're going to be getting drops from the boss anyways. The good news is I'm not keeping track of how many times I've done it, so like there's no dot damage to be taken there. The bad news is that means it could actually feel like it is I've spent more time than I actually have, but I don't have a justifiable reason to think I'm getting unlucky. What the fuck? What do you mean there's a new version, my guy? I updated this thing when I was playing TLI. What are you breaking? Exit Steam because otherwise it's not going to actually updates. What did they manage to break and roll back, I assume? Yo, what's going on, Steam? Okay, it's downloading. Anyways, that is my current theory crafted endgame setup. The one thing I'm also looking forward to when it comes to Frozen is it will also allow me to use this magnificent gem, which is a big multiplicative amount of damage. Like 50% more damage on a support gem is very high for a support gem. And if it needs the enemies to be frozen, that's easy. And the reason I say it's easy is because Empower skill already has 20 max. I think you need to get to what, 100 to freeze. Yeah, 100. But the Empower already has 20 max. And seeing as it's going to be spamming this, we'll need to get 80 from other sources. And that just means realistically, what was that link to that TLI planner? Let me see if I can find it. We pinned it, right? No, we did not. Ooh. No, is this the old one? No, this is not the old one. This is tlipob.com. I just want to see the skill tree. I think it's knowledge that has. I feel like it's knowledge. Is it elementalists? I don't remember, man. I wish I did. It's one of those things I'd have to open the game to see. Let me see if I remember. Core talents. Quick advancement. Yeah, core talent. Frostbite is in profits. Okay, profits. I was close. Frost, extreme coldness. So cold damage, max life, max life. Minion code. If I'm scaling, yes, actually. Oh, minion crit is. This is actually a pretty good tree so far. This will give minions that are immune to cold damage. I don't know that I care for it. Percent int probably will scale that because frost major scales off of only int. So 100% is 15%. Oh. And then this is the reason you would go for this tree in particular. So this is 20%, this is 24%, and this is 12%. So, well, this is effect. Never mind. You don't need effects. You just need. Yeah, you don't need any of this actually. This is the reason. Max frostbite rating. So this is 15 to max and 6 to max. That's by itself. This is 21 to max. Then this is 50 to max. So that's 71 to max. The skill itself has a max of 20. I think baseline frostbite isn't baseline like 10 frostbite rating period? Base is 10, yeah. So you're getting 71 from the tree. You have 10 base, that's 80. And then this has 20 to take you all the way to 100. And this is also a source of focus blessings I can go for. Ooh, cold pen. 100% we take that. $31 points is way too many points to spend on a singular tree. I don't need to deal frostbite myself. So I guess if I switch to erosion, this is definitely something we're gonna have to do. So I think what I'll end up doing is this. 28 points. We need 24 minimum to get extreme coldness, so like this is likely to be what we end up at. Or we skip this and we go this, so we can pick this up and stay on 29 points. Wait, hold up. Thinking about this objectively, we have 10 base. We get 40. 50. Okay, okay. I thought it was 40. We have 50 from this. All right, cool. But this means I can't apply numbed. But we can rely on our synthetic troops for numbed. That's what that means. That's fine. We'll see. But we end up, it means we're actually going to end up on the prophet tree if we're staying cold. At least early on, we might eventually switch to erosion. We'll see. All right, back to the game. There's a lot I can brainstorm. And keep in mind, you know, there's actually many ways you can go with the new with what we just talked about, because I talk about frost magi. There's actually erosion magi is also another easy source for a big damage minion, because if you wanted to, you could use erosion instead of frost. World of Thorns is an insane ultimate ability to have. So all you would do is you would still get the patch notes for the deterioration. You still get this guy, you still get this deterioration. But how you would go about with erosion magi, if I remember correctly, is you would use, is it frequent quakes? Let me just make sure. Yes, frequent, it has to be frequent quakes. You would use frequent quakes to make it so your, while the empower skill of the minion lasts, it is going to be triggering its base or enhanced skill on the enemy with the highest rarity every 0.4 seconds. And this is determined by enhanced skill chance if you use base or enhanced skill. Enhanced skill is going to be 0% using, let me walk through the thought process. Where's my iris? Yeah, it's going to be 0%, so it's never going to use enhanced skill. It's always going to use base skill. That's going to be triggered, right? But then we have, is it malignant? I think it's malignant. That says, while the empower skill of the minions summoned by supported skill lasts, it triggers the ultimate instead of the base or enhanced skill. So basically, the idea behind the erosion magi gameplay is going to be, you want to have your empower skill up permanently. Now that your empower skill is up permanently, you're constantly triggering your base ability. But malignant makes it so instead of triggering your base ability, it triggers its ultimate, which is World of Thorns. So it's just going to be spamming World of Thorns every 0.4 seconds. And then the trigger skill interval goes to from 0.4 to 1.4 seconds. And I think you can skill minion CDR to help with that. The effect affects the empower skill's base effect. The interval of trigger skills is no longer calculated separately for each enemy. While the empower skills +1 to trigger skill interval. So yeah, that is another way you can approach it. You just have this guy spamming ultimates. Like, this is going to be giga clear as well. So I feel like erosion will probably be better clear than frosts. I'm not 100% sure on it, but it probably will be because of how strong this World of Thorns is going to be. What do you mean by patch incoming, my dude? I just want to play. Why are you making my life difficult? What? The worst part about this is every single time I log in, I have the whole steps to create my damage. And they keep going for maintenance every 2 seconds. all this to say, Iris 1 is looking very interesting. And I think Iris 2 also got some. Did she get some changes, or is she exactly the same? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. She still merges. This is still the same. This is still the same. +1 max. Then this is max breeze stacks. Yeah, she's still the same. She didn't get changed. She didn't need to get changed, to be honest. The one thing I noticed is there's no real way of scaling maximum nourishment stacks anymore. It looks like it's just capped at 10. You can't get more, but you can scale the effect of those 10, but you can't get more.
And let a brand new force bloom.
I wish every single time I loaded into this zone, it just showed me where the exit was. Like, is that too much to ask for? Necromancer's finger. Kill 12,500 ancient monsters. So many items. Lightning globe. What I need right now is I need a portal to get to do this fight. The Archdemon Plateau. Wait, it wants me to kill Damian, Shadow. It wants to kill Damian, Shadow Reaper, and then Sun Li. I think I basically have the damage. I would hope I have the damage to kill them. I actually don't know what my DPS currently is, so something that's probably worthwhile to check.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon.
Will I know when it drops? Like, it's an item I have to manually pick up, right? And the quest will tell me I've picked it up as well. So there's that. But yeah, I will know when it drops.
Mother Nature always prevails.
How many Guraxo do I have now? Oh shit, I got a Gypsy's Prophecy? 12 Guraxos. Now you might be wondering why I am mining in between this. Actually, I have no idea. I figured there's no bad time to mine, so I just mine. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with the materials I prospect from the mining, and I know I can sell the actual ore, but it just feels so unworth it. Like, it feels like scaling an MMO, but it's an RPG. Cause it's good money if you focus it. Yeah, but like, it feels like high efforts money per hour, where you have to like pay attention to like the timing and everything.
Blessed be this fallen beast.
Oh my lord. G fucking G. Let's go. I think we go back to Dawn Farm, right? Like, mining is probably like up my speed, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't mind it, but it just feels like, oh, you do all of that and then you get 70 gold for the one ore. So it was a few clicks for that one ore that is now. Does that make sense? It's like, why do that when I can go into a zone and do breach? Go in AFK in the middle of a breach, walk around a bit because of how aggressive they are, and then GG. All right, so we need to do this guy, right? He's next. So we got like over 12k because of the souls of Durags or Gurag, whatever the fuck his name is. We see the dungeon. Don't tell me it is this far away from the exits, like the waypoints, because that would be not great. Oh Jesus, it was literally at the other end of the map. Is this a common occurrence for Act 2? Why am I losing my... Like, why am I losing mana? There's no mana cost for flying over water, right? I like how there's some terrain that the game is like, yeah, go over it, and then there's somewhere the game is like, no, no, no. No. You see that water you went over there? That was fine. This water is high. It's like... What? Oh, this is going to be so much better because he doesn't have phases. Like, I don't have to do the whole complicating thing. Oh, I like it. I like it. Reaper is a much better opponent. Albeit, I think the distance to the boss is the part of this that is a bit on the cancer side. This is the exit. This is the entrance, rather. But what is the name of these Steve-faced individuals? Because I remember having a mod in the ultimatum of this game where whenever enemies casted an ability, they had a like 1% chance to turn me into Steve or something. And being Steve meant I couldn't cast any spells or something along those lines. We'll get these two. Steve guys have good drop pool for Steve related items that sell for a lot. What is a Steve related item? Like, do you know any examples? And it is so meme that I think it's kind of hilarious. You're just like, yeah, just put Steve in there. Like, why can't I go on this, fly over this water? Who knows? Steve charm amulets. An amulet and chest piece. So there's actually Steve exclusive drops.
Back into the soil. Your remains are just worm food now.
Zeus's body armor. I did like I got the extra kill. Maybe when I get to Act 3, I'll check the Steve items for how much they go for. Got his second uses armor. Not great. Why is this exit never on the first place I check? What am I doing wrong with my checks? It ought to be in this direction, right? Bro. Charm is 400k, 40k for amulets minimum. Is he a set item? Holy, what does he do? I'm so fucking curious now. They were worth a lot more when I was on trade. The charm was like 1.5 mil. Giga charm is what that is. Oh, attribute stacking. I wonder what form attribute stacking takes in this game. If there are actually builds that take advantage of all attributes, or if it's just like, oh yeah, all builds are technically attribute stackers, they all benefit from the necessary attributes.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon.
2x2 that gives up to 75 all attributes. Oh shit, that's actually really nasty. What the fuck? Like Vitality would love that energy. Find it insane. And then your main stats. How do I always manage to go to the entrance before I find the exit? Without fail. What?
Back into the soil. Your remains are just
Wait, so
worm
it
food
can
now.
proc on the proc? Oh, that was so that was surprising. So that means in theory you can get like 5 kills in a stretch or something. Like you just keep proccing it, it's 25% chance. What jewels go in there? Is it these guys? Are there any caveats to removing them that I should be worried about? And can I just put anything in there? Do I have to use a jewel? Can I use a gem? Can I replace it? Is it permanent? Do I spend money? The questions you have to ask in this game. The good news is past the first area, it's all predictable. You know, I know exactly where I'm going, so like no stress, but that first area does dot damage.
From your rotten carcass,
G
beautiful new
G.
world will rise.
So let's find what the Steve items do. Steve's hello, it's me, Steve. I assume that's the charm. 72 all attributes. The set itself gives all res, all skills, all attributes, +4 to all skills. Steve's necklace. Let's sort by price, shall we? 50. It's 50 all attributes and increased attributes. Holy. Steve's wand of fortune +6 all skills, catch rate, energy, int, vitality, magic skill, damage. So do you only need three parts of this set to get the full all res, all skills, all attributes bonuses? Because I know for like this one, if I remove even just one, it takes away everything but the summon damage. So you only get small damage unless you have 3 of them. You just get the first one until you get the full set, or is it? Death was so much quicker than the other guy. Anubis time. Hopefully the zone isn't as confusing. We see where the dungeon is, so let's not go towards it. So I can fly over certain walls, but not other walls that look exactly the same. Okay. This I fully remember. So I can't fly over the water, and I actually do have to come from here. This will be an annoying fight. I'm happy that I got so many on the first try, like so many re-attempts. This is going to be an annoying boss because of the repositioning. Jesus Christ.
Feast on this fallen demon and let a brand new force bloom.
This fight is going to get me killed. Get your butt over there. Yeah, the 25% chance I think is 100% worth grinding before going for... Oh. Why is that guy there? I think I only got one fragment from that. Kodo's wedding band. Where have I seen you before? I've seen you somewhere. I'm just not sure where. I really wish they would just allow us to have a waypoint in this next zone. I get it. It'll make boss farming way too fast. Might make the materials not as much worth it because people are more open to it, but like, geez. That first bit just feels like it lasts forever when you don't know the way. My theory is that eventually you will know the way because you get a bit more used to the layout, but like, I mean, hasn't succeeded for me yet. And I was in Act 1 for a while.
Has come to an end, demon!
Oh. Death Lord Zombie Head plus 5 to all skills. So you can get plus 5 on the actual item and then plus 5 on the base, giving plus 10. But you'd be sacrificing other pieces as well. Bro. Surely there's only so many wrong directions to the Next floor, right? This is the dungeon. Sometimes the exit is near the dungeon, sometimes it's near the entrances. Can it just be something that points, like, just put an outlast tree node, points you in the direction of the exit of the zone? It'll be OP. I'm fucking down. Skill movement diminished, decreased by 10%. That'd have been really good if I was self-casting everything.
Blessed be this fallen beast.
Really? Still nothing. Still absolutely nothing. Bright sides where it's like 2/7 of the way there. I mean, I think that just means we go in this direction and we'll see the exit close by, right? Surely. Chaos Tower. We'll do this guy because we can. There's so much dirt on the ground.
Feast on this fallen demon and let a brand new forest bloom.
Did I see something that I would hate to have seen? Okay, no. Ooh. I was like, what is that blue that just that showed up on the corner of my screen? It was just a mana globe or something. Oof. If I had left that shit, because like I knew I was looking, I'm like, there's nothing. Okay, we can leave. This is going to be to the entrance. I already know. I already know. What are these? Are they chests? They're mimics. TMA, question. Do you loot all these items that show up? I've already limited my stuff to only show like B plus bases and stuff like that. So like I don't see anything below B tier for most things. But like, is there anything I should even be considering looking at here? Should I just turn off all mythics? Because I'm just not looking at anything. Like that seems like such a waste of loot filter capabilities. Jeez. So that's where the entrance is. Okay. Duly noted. Can you wear 2 soul forge rings? That guy's a mad lad. He wants to go for a second one. I know most people. I know there's like a Calandra's touch in the game, so I feel like most people would use a Calandra's touch over using 2 of the over farming a second one. It's so hard for me to see this mechanic as under.
Rotten carcass. A beautiful new tree will rise.
Shit isn't thunder. Shit looks like fire, if anything. Oh, thank you for showing the exits. Holy. No. Realistically, there is a note that should be taken on unstable pirates that I would probably try to take once I'm done with boss rushing. Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be a jade ore node, a jade vein. It was not.
From your rotten carcass, a beautiful new tree will rise.
That was a very quick run and I like it. Just show me the way forward. It's not that deep, just, you know. That's the way backwards. Let's go the opposite way. There. Was that so hard? Thank you. If it was like this was the distance, right? I would even mind it as much. But it's the fact that I spend like 20-30 seconds just trying to find my way in that main room that it annoys me. In theory, I guess what I could also do is I could go for like a teleport or something. I know I've heard about Enigma, so I could do something like that, but like that's probably way more expensive than I'm willing to put money into right now. Just show me all the exits, please. That was honestly very straightforward. Wheel breastplate of stamina. Why did that take so long? Is it like maybe somebody got poisoned? Ooh, thank you. Help and find her near. I didn't even know when I did that, but apparently I did that. I've just been farming the page, if I'm being honest. That's a lot of fragments. And a chaos key, nice.
Demon no more. Just
Colossal mana. I mean, surely anytime today. We're like halfway through to the ring grind.
feast on this fallen demon and let a brand new forest bloom.
Broski. Ooh, A-bombs. I don't know what the temperances that we're picking up. Power to it. Flawless, topaz, chaos key. Hmm. Is it all the projectiles hitting me that are slowing me down like that?
Blessed be this fallen beast.
I don't think this one is still as unlucky as my first part. I think this is still less than I did Act 1 boss. My only problem with this versus Act 1 boss is going with this one. I've been very unlucky on the repeat kill proccing. That 25% chance just doesn't want a 25%, man. It's just it doesn't want to proc. They say you either get it or you don't, so realistically I've been losing so many 50-50s. So many of them. This is the kill, I think. Don't ask, I believe.
From your rotten
God damn it.
a beautiful new tree will rise.
I guess I was wrong. Don't worry, it's any kill now. It's bound to happen. It is only a matter of time. Yeah, it's not in this general direction. It's bound to be here to the right. So I guess it's a bit higher. Spirit Skull, Strength, Vitality. If only I cared about Strength. I do not indeed care about Strength. Was int to make me smart, then that'll be a different case. But it is not. Wrong way. Ooh, level 11. Ooh, we're finally there. A few more points to get +1 summon amount. We get it before level 120, that's for sure.
Your remains are just worm food now.
Oh, find and help that guy. I think that's the guy I gave. No, I think it was somewhere else. Wait, that was the guy that I put wheels on his carts. No, it's not the same area now. I think that was in Act 8 actually. Jesus. Okay. You want war? I'm gonna give you war. All right. I'm coming straight for you. Trio. There we go. Oh, GG. Final fuckingly. You know the funny thing? That kill just showed me a trick to killing Anubis on my setup. So like every kill from there would have been better. That being said, I'm happy it was the last one. Damian farming time, eh? I think Anubis genuinely took me quite a while. I need to offload because like looking at all of their pieces, right? I only got 5 death sigil. I got 12 durags, or I call them durags. Gurags. I only got 6 Anubises. I feel like that's unlucky with how many times I had to do Anubis. I feel like that's actually pretty unlucky. Dead Lord Zombie plus to amplify damage, plus to all skills, and then to eventually be +5 to all necromancy skills if you go for the full Deathlord sets. I think it's this guy. Eight permafrost for 2k. Safe to say none's happening. How much is a cardinal ruby? I feel like that's money. I guess it's not. So what is it made of? Or is it just a raw drop like that? Where are these are the Selenite crystal fragments? Okay. Okay. Alright, so this is Act 4. We'll do a few Damien kills before we end stream or something like that. And we'll go from there. Damien, please have a straightforward zone. Please, I beg you. You know, my minions have come such a long way in terms of survivability. It's kind of crazy. But I mean, it makes a lot of sense simply because of how many levels they have. I think that's one of the weirdest things about this game is that you can unironically have a skill that has more levels from items than you give it. Like this is I give it this 20 points, but it's level 66. Like, that is crazy to me. Level 71 because of well, level 71, not 60, whatever. And that's like, that's, oh no, Damien's going to be fucking cancer, isn't it? Yep. This is already ass. You know, I was kind of hoping that Damien would be the first one to just give me on the first try. Just as a show of good, just because you can. I'm hoping this one really isn't that bad. The second one, third one, I can get used to the walls here. Like this is all stuff I can get used to realistically. Like there, but straightforward. This one I need to get used to. Prophet's wisdom picked up. Where did I get Prophet's wisdom from? Not that I'm complaining. Not that I'm complaining. That's like an easy 20k right there. This is not the way forward, I knew it. I don't want to pick it up, fuck it. Sure. There we go. Yep. Ooh, nice.
Back into the soil. Your remains are just warm food now.
What is that? Oh. After Damien, who's left actually?
Back into the soil. Your remains are just worm food now.
There's Damien. That's Devil's Breach. Then there's one. There's Satan. There's Mevius. And there's this samurai guy. I don't remember who this samurai's boss was. It was the carp. There's carp, I guess. The carp is next, and Satan, then Mevius, in that order, I believe. Minus enemy arcane resistance would have been good if I was on my necromancer, but why not? Rice and chopsticks? Lol. That's a relic. Okay. Where'd I get battle fragment from? I think this should be the way forward. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's go, Damien. Come on. You can do it.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon.
Touch. We have a long grind ahead of us. Where's my FPS? 22? Meanwhile, I'm still waiting to get transported to the Archdemon Plateau because I still have a quest to do there. Oh look, I'm at 200k now. I think it's the second time I'm hitting 200k. I hit it earlier today, or actually late yesterday. Not really earlier today.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon!
This is like a curse. It by itself applies poison break, but I do also have my tree ants, the regular tree ants, ENTs rather, being able to apply poison break with tree branch. Was it thorned branch? I think is the name of the skill. That's the entrance.
Back into the soil. Your remains are just warm food now.
Bro. Just drop your... Just drop what you want to drop. It ain't that hard. Have I actually not dropped any keys? 1% chance. I should have hit 100 to drop keys. Ahaha, like 20k. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. That's actually really nice. Okay. I def don't mind then. When it's all said and done, I'll have a decent amount of keys from all the bosses I killed, on top of whatever other loot I drop. I wonder if this is a memory leak or something. It feels like my FPS is actually just worse than it was when I started playing. It could be the zone. It could also not be the zone, you know? Maybe I'll restart my game and see how it feels.
From your rotten carcass, a beautiful new tree will rise.
That is actually a much easier route than doing what I was doing before.
Back into
Dude, don't freaking bait me with the blue.
food now.
Sag. She keeps baiting me. I wish I was literally just a pointer to tell me where the exits for the zones were whenever you're boss rushing. Like just give me that and I'll be happy. Like, oh, it literally points me to the exits? Sure. Or you could just reveal it. That's always an option. No reason it's hidden in the fog of war when I've already passed the zone. Right? Damien is starting to feel like it's getting to Act 1 boss's unluckiness. Starting to feel like that. I don't know that it's quite there yet. Arcane Globe again. I need Poison Globe, not Arcane, my G. God damn it. Nice.
From their rotten carcass, a beautiful new tree will rise.
What is going on here? You fucking bitches, man. Stop going anywhere. Stay here. Those bees. Or technically wasps. Oh, jeez, man. This might honestly be the entrance, and that would annoy me. Okay, cool. It's not.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon!
Damien. Finally.
Beast.
I have no how to feel. Finally, holy. That was Damien. 13 eyes. That's the most I've gotten so far, but like it's also RNG if I got lucky on them. But I think I actually did more Damien than I did Act 1. Can't say for a fact, but we see that is there. Temple of Fishes. Oh, this is a long route. I don't think I like this one. This area is not fine. I was going to say it's fine. It is not fine. Because it has me going around. Oh my god!
Demon no more. Just fertile soil.
GG. First try? Like 2 boss instances are available at the same time because it was that. Holy. Thank you, Carp. Thank you. I don't like that zone, so thank you a lot. So we only have Satan and Mevius left. Only 2 more pages to go. Wait, the last page. This is the last page. We don't have to kill Mevius? Shit, say less. Say fucking less. How did I do that? Oh, I clicked. I pressed F one of them. I was like, how on earth did I show the map? Just straight up. This might be the best dungeon yet. So far, it's been so straightforward. Okay, kind of come out here, but like, it's not bad. Actually, not bad. GG. That's actually really good. Oh, look.
Your battle against nature has come to an end, demon!
Yeah, good. I also like this arena simply because it's so far from the rest of the zone that I don't think any mob will aggro on, or my minions will aggro on any mob, which allow me to easily reset the zone. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Interesting. One is just straight ahead. Into a second straight ahead, I think. Where I just need to sidestep the first wall and that's it. Oh wait. And then right. And then we just go down early. GG. I didn't think it was going to be that easy. Second try. So those first bosses were just being not the most kind RNG wise, especially Damien. That level and that Mr. Durag. Those two. I remember them. I can make you a ring more powerful than any man has ever won and spread the instructions. I've gathered all the materials I need except the soul essence. Erethia, although it's very rare. So I just kill enemies? Say less. We just need to get to find the rat's den. Rat's den, kill, rinse, repeat. I could also just go to like health 3 and like clear there, because no, no, don't tell me I'm going to have to manually click these 500 of them. That's kind of us, man. That's actually so bad. Oh shit, scroll over. Nice. I don't like that I have to manually click it. I think that's us. I was of the impression that my pet would pick it up. I don't know why it's not picking it up. Video gameplay, I think. Health bar skill. Let's scale this a bit more. How's your idea where that showed up from, bro? Like, unless there's like a delayed drop on when it actually drops. Over 500. Oh look, very quick. Really again? Okay. That's an easy Bifrost key, I guess. I assume that's the symbol of a Bifrost key in any case. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting all 500 today. At least not on stream. I think I'll just go farm whatever I want to farm. I'll farm whatever I want to farm, and then... Oh shit, we got a Bifrost key. Speak of the devil. Isn't there like a solar sense nearby? The fuck? I must be blind. Okay. Ooh, outskirts. Is a zone special zone now? Like I said, easy Bifrost key. Has to read a meme. What? Kind of dumb. I like it. Oh jeez. Sent Aaron's Eternal Rage. Must be a giga item if it's announcing it to me. I swear, the pet should really just be picking these things automatically. What the fuck? Like, it's actually, you're telling me I have to click it 500 times? Anubis charm. So we'll go there. Look for Anubis. Yeah, that's the one. It's 40k. Yeah, it's not worth it. Because the merchant would have me buy it for 96k and then sell it for 40k, like. That's a fair amount of magic find, if I'm being honest. Okay, so how do I do this? I need to get this one, ignores terrain. What's a deadly blow? This is maximum range. Oh, that's quick. That's quick actually. I wanted to do icy area. That's you. It was very underwhelming the first time I tried that skill. Do I have to be in Hell 4 to go for higher? Because I'm pretty sure I have... Do I have enough keys to begin with? I don't have enough. Smelly cheese. 2k a piece. Jesus. How many do I have? 2, so I need 10. That's 20k. Whatever. I saw 10 here. 34k. This is way faster than even the bird. My pet is bugging the fuck out. This is honestly a pretty good mechanic for the soul essence. Lottery ticket after 2% chance after each kill. to gain 2 gold. So it would be a 2% chance to gain 20 gold, or 20% chance to gain 20 gold. That would not be bad. In theory, of course. All right, level 4. Let's go. No. Are my keys gone? I hope not. Okay, good. Ooh. Elvin Grace. Tell me this is a +2. Actually pretty good. Where have you been bugging on my G? Yeah, I definitely need to restart the game. Shit is giga bugging out. Is there a way down I haven't seen yet? Is that the chest at the end? Like I already opened this chest. Like I'm missing something. We've cleared everywhere. As far as I know, there is nowhere that's hidden a fog of war inside this dungeon. Hero, Siege, Rat, Dan. Tier 4. E-Dungeon. Give me a second. Okay, I am back. And I have zero idea where on earth I'm meant to go. Alright, let me just see. Hero Siege Key Dungeon. Guaranteed by clearing all monsters. So is there still a monster alive in this zone? Is it even possible? There's nothing on my map. Am I missing something? What the fuck? Is that it? Please be it. It's not. Are you telling me I have to literally walk? Where is the number of monsters left? Where can I see this information? Is something trying to enter my eye? Okay. Wait, 290 live? Sure, say less. Like I have worse. Where did it go? It's an amulet. Oh. That's a bit anticlimactic. Dude, this shit is pissing me off. I'm pretty sure I've opened that chest already too. So like, that can't be the chest. Why is it showing me Throne and Liberty? So I can't die? Waste of fucking time. Oh, because I accidentally walked into... Whatever.
Like,
Welcome back.
you still alive?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do this again, shall we? No, I don't spend freaking 21k, 63k on this shit. Like I wait to 12, not 21. So 5, 18, 5, 8 rather. Swear to God, if this kills me one more time, I'm done. I'll just clear slowly. Like, I'm not walking into any enemies is all that means. Before I even do anything, I'm just going to close the game and reopen it. Because that pet is bugging. We see the exit, but we don't see. There we go. Now we do. I'm just not going to go anywhere near enemies. Like you want it to be that way? Sure. We can play that way. Hermes' boots. I feel like this is actually, it's a lot of mobility. +1 to no detection, but this is for finding ore. Do I care for it? If I want to really mine, yeah, it should care for it. Do I care to mine? Not really. What is... Broski. Life stolen per hit. Poison skill damage. Oh, I think my Merc died at some point. Not sure when, if I'm being honest. That's outskirts, so that's not in the dungeon. Where are you going? What do you see? I do not know where else monsters would be hiding. It's like what am I missing?
Come on, give me a div.
Bitch. Okay. Do I care for life and life replenish? This is increased life. I'm not a life stacker, but the life should be worthwhile, I think. That being said, I would have to get rid of either MS or attribute / res. I don't think I want to. Ah, jeez. Spent how much on this key thing? Okay, we have most of the things we would like. Most of the things we would like from this wheel, the eternal battlefield. We are currently in hell 4. Let's just try farming and seeing how that feels. We're looking for the eternal battlefield. For sure. Rock belts. Speak of the devil. Now we're getting 6 MS and some extra attributes from it. GG. Worth not replacing it. Okay, it looks like there's no eternal battlefield in this map. Bro. I really don't like that you can't guarantee a mechanic in this game. I don't like that. Angelic Chaos Pillar. Nope, they didn't give me what I wanted. You were all the way out here? Interesting. Just one battle fragment. It's kind of disappointing. Oh shit, it opened a second time. Never mind. I take that back. If you give me more fragments, that is. Big if. I would just like to point out that you guys have not given me a single. Can I give me one fragment? I need more. I think that's 2. Yeah. 3 for this map, it looks like. I mean, it's not bad. That's still like 6K, something like that, I think. Attack speed, crit damage. Attack crit damage is probably not a bad choice here. Is that over? God damn it, man. Oh, but that's magic find though. 30% magic find, 30% MS. Nah. Woo! Orb of poison. That's level 3 for it, minus 9% now. Huge. Let me go res my Merc, because that's probably also been problematic. All right, I think this is a decent spot to end stream. I will be back on Monday. Made a decent chunk of progress today. We still have a bunch of solar essences to get for our ring, but that means we're going to get it over the weekend. And by Monday, we should have a soul forge drink. That being said, this ring is actually quite the grind, realistically. So let's hope it's worth it. Let's hope it's worth it. Anyways, guys, I'll see you guys on Monday. Thanks so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Till then, have a good